Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the continuation of the coverage of the YSL trial featuring Young Thug, Yacht Gotti, and co-defendants. Appreciate you guys joining us today. And yes, we had a late start because we were covering a breaking news story. With that said, welcome. Welcome, Galatians. Welcome, all others. Justin Shelton, I see you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. We are covering the YSL trial here in Atlanta. And for those who are just joining in, Young Thug, along with his other co defendants, have been on trial for the last 80 days, notwithstanding the preliminary hearings, which took close to 10 months. So, this is a very long trial, ladies and gentlemen, a very long trial. With that said, I want you guys to sit back. We do have an exclusive video we're going to be playing today during the lunch break of the YSL trial, which no one has heard yet. And this is involving the Rico case and the Rico statute and how it's being used to go after certain type of individuals. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, grab your coffee because we have a today will be the last day until next Tuesday, I believe, because there is a break in the case because of the administrative days. Plus, there will be obviously the holiday. With that said, we will be bringing you the coverage up until the conclusion of today, and we will have a recap this evening. Very long, drawn out trial. I get it. But we got to sit back. Let's see if there's going to be the smoking gun. We had a few interesting moments last week with the replaying of the recording with Young Thug and Pee Wee Roscoe and others that were on that phone call. You know how some of these phone calls, these jail calls, why do people talk on the jail phones when they know that others are listening? That's another conversation for another day. That's another conversation for another day. I guess some people is oblivious to the fact that these calls can and will be used against you in a court proceeding. You don't have to be Mirandized. You don't have to be read your rights before you get on the phone because there's a recording that tells you this call is from uh, inmate facility and it is subject to monitoring. And as we can see, these calls have been monitored and they're now being played. With that said, the court should resume very shortly. Stand by.
Just trying to gauge. Just trying to gauge. All right. When y'all come on up.
Yeah, breaking news. We have just left. Give you. Are you ready to take the quiz?
All right. Sorry, name seminar, jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram.
Down a little bit later, just get a few minutes to click.
All right, state, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now calls Lieutenant Anthony Volley of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
All right, summon Lieutenant Volley, please. Lieutenant Volley, good morning, sir. If you please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness, please, sir. Yes, sir.
First name is Anthony, Anthony. Last name is Volley, B as in Victor, Olley.
Good morning, Lieutenant Volley. Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
Where are you employed?
Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for work?
I am the jail security commander at the Fulton County Jail.
And how long have you been employed with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
Coming up on 20 years.
And were you employed anywhere prior to your time with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, I was.
What did you do?
I worked for Georgia State Patrol. 14 years.
And what did you do in your capacity at the Georgia State Patrol?
I was assigned to the governor at the governor's mansion. I was assigned there for 6.5. Then I went back to headquarters. I worked the Olympics, and then went back to headquarters again.
And turning back to your, and when did you join the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
In 2005.
Okay. And what's your official title?
I'm a lieutenant.
Okay. And as a part of your duties and responsibilities at Fulton County Sheriff's Office, do you also handle booking and release?
Yes, sir.
What about booking photo?
Yes, sir.
What is a booking photo?
Booking photo is when a person comes into the Fulton County Jail. That's our tracking, where we take a photo of the individual.
Okay. And how does the Fulton County Sheriff's Office take booking photos?
We use a camera that's connected to the Odyssey system that holds all the data.
What is Odyssey?
Odyssey is a system that manages all persons who's arrested that comes in for its booking and release.
And are booking photos taken at or near a time a person is booked into the Fulton County Jail?
That's correct, sir.
And are they kept in the regular course of business by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
That's correct, sir.
And can you please describe for the jury where pictures are stored by Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
Okay, so in the Odyssey management system, it's found under the jelly. The jelly is anyone who's been booked in and have a photo that's taken. It's located in the Odyssey system that manages all the criminal activity, criminal warrants that comes into the jail.
Okay. What is a booking and release record?
A booking and release record is a record that's kept with the data showing when a person comes in and when a person exits, and how did they exit, what was the final result.
Are the arrest and release dates recorded at or near the time a person is booked in or released from custody?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And are booking photos and booking and release information all maintained in the same database?
Yes, sir.
And what is that database?
It's called Odyssey.
Are all such documents maintained in the regular course of business of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
I am now showing the defense what has been previously marked as states 12 Tango, 10 Tango, and 11 Tango. Just so you see. Back in here.
because the state already introduced a 12 tango, this will be 12 tango alpha just for correction purposes. And I'm making, such change on the actual exhibit itself.
All right, sir.
And I'm now approaching the witness with what has been previously marked as states 10, 11, and 12, well, 10, 11 tango and 12 tango alpha. Lieutenant Volley, when you, have had a chance to look at what's been placed in front of you, you just kind of just looked up at me, I'll ask you some more questions.
Yes, sir.
Have you had the opportunity to review, the state's exhibits that have been placed in front of you, prior to today?
Yes, sir, I have.
And, what is state's, exhibit 10 tango?
Okay. The 10 is the actually booking and release data, information that shows when the person physically came in, when the person exit. Also, it gives a physical description of the individual. Also, it shows 2 photos.
And how are you familiar with that? Have you reviewed that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that state's exhibit 10 tango in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you last reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Turning your attention now to states 11 tango, which is in front of you at this time. What is states 11 tango?
Okay, 11 shows the defendant face to the right as a photo was taken.
And have you had a chance to review that exhibit, which is states 11 tango alpha prior to court today?
Yes, sir.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you last reviewed it?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And are there any markings that you would recognize on there of your own?
Yes, sir. Other
Okay.
than my
What
signature.
is marked on it?
My signature.
Okay. Is that all that you have as marking?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I want to turn your attention back to the previous exhibit. Do you see any markings on there that are familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
What do you see on there?
My signature and the date.
Is the date also recorded on states 11 tango?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Now turning your attention to states 12 tango alpha. And what is it that you have in front of you?
This is a front photo of the defendant, the photo shot.
And have you had a chance to review that particular exhibit prior to court today?
Yes, sir, I have.
And do you see any markings on that particular exhibit?
Yes, sir. My signature and my date is date.
I'm going to make sure for the matter of court recorded that you can be heard.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you restate what you said?
Yes, sir. This is my signature and date's date.
And is that exhibit that you now hold as states exhibit 12 tango alpha in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you initially reviewed it prior to court today?
Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit states exhibits 10 tango, 11 tango, 12 tango.
Any objection to states 10 tango, 11 tango, or 12 tango alpha? All right, hearing none, they're admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. And you can keep those.
Okay.
Now publishing for the record states 10 tango. Briefing vote. Okay. All right, Lieutenant Volley, you can utilize the screen to the left of you.
All right, sure.
Yes, sir. And just be careful because there's a link there. And I want to ask you a few questions about states 10 tango, which is now being published.
Okay.
To whom do these records belong?
To Lamonte Kendricks.
Okay, and I'll show you just a brief pointer. You can interact with this board.
Okay.
Okay, can you circle the name of the person to whom these records pertain? Okay. And utilizing these records, can you tell the jury what is the description provided for on these records?
What it shows is the height and the weight of the individual.
And why is such a description provided on jail records?
As the individual enters into the jail, it does a couple of things. One, it shows the person's height, shows their condition, that they're there, where they weigh, and over a period of time, if someone's incarcerated, it shows the photo of the date and time, and then any additional date and time that they might come.
And I'm gonna show you another cool trick. You can erase.
Okay.
Utilizing the same Dropbox.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. The records that you see here, if you can zoom out just a little bit this night so that that box. Yes. Do you see anywhere on this arrest record, who was the actual arresting officer?
Yes, sir. It's to the top right.
Just a moment, we're adjusting. All right. Do you see it now?
Yes, top right. It's gonna be Officer Hayes, Clifton Hayes.
Is there a police agency that he's associated with based on this record?
Yes, as before, his name is APD for Atlanta Police Department.
Do you see a date associated with the arrest?
Yes,
What is that date that you see?
01/06/2015
What time do you see associated?
at 02:33 a.m. in the morning.
And what is the difference between an arrest date and a booked date?
Arrest day is actually the day that it was taken into custody and brought to the jail. Booking date is the date that actually he entered into the facility, into the intake area.
And is there a release date that you see associated with these records?
Yes,
What is the release date that you see on the screen?
it's showing 01/08/2015, released at 6:41 a.m.
And based on the records that you're looking at, is there amount of days that he was in Fulton County Sheriff's custody?
Yes, for a total of 3 days, sir.
Ms. Knight, if you could zoom out just a bit, we're gonna panel to the left side of the screen. Right. Again, turn your attention back to the record. Do you see a date of birth associated with Mr. Kendrick's booking and release record?
Yes, sir. It's showing 11/21/1992. So the day that he was brought into the facility, he was 31 years old.
Okay. Does the age in Odyssey update over time?
Yes,
In 2015, how many years ago was 2015?
2015. So this is 2024. So that was approximately 9 years ago.
Using that as a starting point, how old would he have been in 2015?
So we're looking at a total of, he would have been 29.
If the age is
I'm sorry. He would have been a total of 19.
okay. And then, are you sure?
I stand the objection.
Okay, in 1992,
Oh, sir, I'm trying to finish.
Deduct 9 years from 30. Please.
okay,
I stand the objection.
Can you deduct 9 years from 31?
yes. He would have been a total of 9. He would have been a total of 20. 22.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Given that, I'll strike that. Okay. I want to turn your attention to State Exhibit 11 Tango. And what are we looking at here?
This is another photo shot where he's facing to the right.
And when you say who are you referencing?
Mr. Kendricks.
And is this picture a part of what you described earlier as a booking and release information?
Yes, it's part of it.
Is it fair to say that this is a booking photo?
Yes, sir, it is.
And would this same picture have been taken at or near the time he was booked into the jail?
Yes, sir.
And why is it that, why at the Fulton County Jail do you take side profile pictures?
When we take photos, we try to take the front as well as the side to the right to show the indication that that's the same person that was there the day of. We have a close-up front shot.
Is that done for every person who is brought into custody of Fulton County?
Yes, sir, everyone.
And I am now showing you, what has already been previously admitted as State's Exhibit, 12 Tango Alpha. What are we looking at here?
There's a front shot of Mr. Kendricks.
And, and is it also normal for, such, shots of, persons brought into the custody of Fulton County Jail to be taken in this way?
Yes, sir. Front photo.
And is this also one such photo that would have been a part of the arrest and release record?
Yes, sir.
For Mr. Kendrick?
Yes, sir.
Did that conclude your involvement in this particular matter?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination. Yes, Mr. Weinstein.
Good morning, Lieutenant Volley.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please put up 12T again? Thank you. 12 Tango, or is it 12 Tango Alpha? 12 Tango Alpha. Thank you. What color is Mr. Kendrick wearing in this picture?
It's shown to be a gray type sweater.
It's not red, correct?
No, it's not red.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any other examiners? Mr. Steele, go ahead.
How are you, Lieutenant?
Doing good, sir. How are you?
I've been okay. Were you asked to bring over the proof of incarceration for a gentleman named Martinez Arnold?
No, sir.
Objection, Your Honor. Assume the facts are evidence.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, I'm asking the gentleman whether he was asked to do something. This has nothing to do with facts in evidence. I would ask the court to potentially reconsider.
Your Honor, I'll move it.
Yes. right, sir, whenever you're ready.
Lieutenant,
Yes, sir.
in order to prepare to come in and testify before the honorable jury today, will you ask anything about a gentleman named Mr. Martinez Arnold?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, on the basis that we spoke about the bench.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. Why don't you rephrase, Mr. Steele? Good rephrase.
Did you look into anything dealing with a man named Martinez Arnold?
I'm gonna object again, Your Honor, on the same grounds.
I'll rule the objection. You can answer it, sir.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And you already stated that anybody who's booked into the Fulton County Jail would have similar information, meaning the arrest date and the date of release. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other examiner? Defense examiner? All right, any redirect from the state?
No, Your Honor, nothing for this citizen.
All right, may Lieutenant Volley be permanent?
Your Honor, may I ask one question?
Oh, let's see. One's a singular, okay? And no subparts.
Yes, Your Honor. When booked into the Fulton County Jail, are persons, arrestees, often having to give their clothing into property?
Yes, sir.
So, no further questions.
All right. Mr. Matthews, anything, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Lieutenant Byron.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Great, thank you. I just have a question. You were asked about Mr. Kendrick's bookend just now, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You noticed on the document that it had Mr. Kendrick being arrested at 2:33 a.m. hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury, what does bookend actually mean?
Bookend is actually when the person is brought into the Fulton County Jail in the intake area
Okay,
and actually begin the process of booking them into the Odyssey system.
okay. So bookend involves picture taking, correct?
Yes, sir.
It involves fingerprinting,
Yes,
correct? It involves basic information in terms of height, weight, date of birth, et cetera,
That's
correct?
correct, sir.
You can't tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury what specifically was going on between that 7-hour span between 2:33 a.m. at the arrest and 9:04 a.m. at the time that Mr. Kendrick was booked in, correct?
That's correct, sir.
You don't know what was going on during that period of time, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And can you tell the court, if you can orient them, the distance from Donnelly Hollowell and Rice Street?
It's in the same proximity.
It's
Yeah.
close,
Yeah,
correct?
very close.
Okay. Thank you. No
Yes,
further
sir.
questions.
Anyone else? Any other defense examiners? Okay, any redirect, sir?
Is it uncommon for arrestees to have to wait for a while before they are booked?
That's true, sir. That's true, sir.
Are they always taken directly to the jail?
I sustain the objection. I sustain the objection. You can't answer that.
Is it uncommon for arrestees to have to wait hours inside the jail to be booked? Objection leading the way.
I'll sustain as to form. You can rephrase.
What, if any, where do the arrestees wait before booked in?
In the intake area.
About how long is the average wait time? Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Overrule, sir.
Objection calls for.
Overrule, sir.
About how long is the period of time for a typical arrestee to be booked? Objection, that's gonna be foundation.
Overruled. You've already made that objection once, Mr. Matthews.
It's gonna be when the individual comes in, normally we get right straight to it. It depends on what's going on in the intake area, but most of the time right away, immediately.
No further questions.
Anything further? Gentlemen, ladies. All right, may Lieutenant Volley be permanently temporarily excused as a witness?
Temporarily, Your Honor.
All right, Lieutenant Volley, I'll leave you to go about your usual duties and avocation. You will be subject to a recall. We'll give you plenty of advance notices and let you know, okay?
Thank
But
you.
don't discuss your testimony to anybody except the attorneys in this case, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness.
Yeah, I'm longer witness, is it longer witness?
It's a longer witness. Do you have an estimation?
It's gonna go past, I just wanted to know if the court would be willing to just give us an estimation of time when the court wanted us to break, for lunch. I don't mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, you want to have some lunch now? Okay, all right. Okay, so why don't we do this, ladies and gentlemen? How about I have you come back for 12:45, and then we'll go ahead and get started with our next witness. Okay? All right. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. We'll see you back at 12:45. Okay? All right, we're in recess.
The person that really trying to do estrogen is killing them. ladies and gentlemen, this next witness, well, let me make sure you guys can hear me. Put a 1 in chat, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me. I have a exclusive. This next witness taking the stand is none other than the mother of Donovan Thomas. And you've heard a lot about Donovan Thomas in the trial. Well, Donovan Thomas is now deceased. And his mother is now coming to court to provide testimony. And I don't think we're going to put her on camera. I don't know if there's going to be, this is going to be an impactful testimony because her son is dead. So yes, Donovan Thomas's mother will be taking the stand. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, an exclusive. We're just waiting for the court to resume, but the next witness is going to be on the stand for a while, and that would be the mother of Donovan Thomas, who was slain. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. I had to send.
honor that you gave him last year when you presented him with the key to this? You've been very outspoken about
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you can hear me, put a one in the chat. We are waiting for the judge to take the bench, which should be in a few minutes, in less than 2-3 minutes. The witness. This next witness, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be pretty touching, to say the least. The mother of Donovan Thomas, the man who was killed some time ago, will be giving testimony, and it will probably be pretty riveting in that she's testifying about her son's death. So this is going to be interesting witness. And I doubt very seriously if this witness will be concluded for today. So this witness will likely come back next week. Maybe they can get through the witness. We'll see. We'll see. She's not going to be a quick witness, and Miss Love has already indicated this witness will be on the stand for hours. For hours. So let's see what she can offer in the testimony, which I'm sure is going to be depressing, sad that a mother has to come in now to testify about the death of her son. Let's see. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. I'm getting some movement. Stand by.
jury for California.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, state, call your next witness.
Your Honor, for Act 2, count 2 rather, Act 16 through 20.
Basis.
You have to call the next witness.
I'm sorry?
You have to call the next witness.
Yes.
Your Honor, I was still when you said before trial. I wouldn't do it.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir. It's just orientation, so for our jurors, okay? All right.
Your Honor, for count 2, Act 16 through 20, the state calls Ms. Shawana Edmond.
All right, some Ms. Edmond, please. Ms. Edmond, good afternoon, madam. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness, please.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Shawana, Shawonna. Last name Edmond, Edmond.
Good afternoon, Ms. Edmond.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Ms. Edmond, would you tell the jury who you are in relation to Donovan Thomas?
Hi, I'm Shawana Edmond. I'm Donovan Thomas's mother.
I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 3 Yankee. And I will show it to counsel for the defense, having previously provided a copy. If they are interested.
You can, sir. All right, can we summon our witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just take them back in the vestibule, they can look from there.
Yeah. Mm. Oh, that's fine.
Or she can go to 8H. Or she can go to 8H. Okay. You may continue, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Edmond, I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 3Y or Yankee, and ask you if you recognize the person depicted in the photograph that is labeled State's Exhibit 3Y.
Yes,
How do you recognize that person?
that's my son, Donovan Thomas.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your son Donovan Thomas in life?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 3 Yankee as evidence.
All right, any further objection to 3 Yankee that otherwise hasn't been noted? All right, I'm going to admit 3 Yankee over objection.
Thank you.
It may be published as you see fit.
Thank you.
Ms. Love, hold on one second. Madam in the front row? Madam with the small child? Madam? No. You can either do one or two things. You can stand in the vestibule and you can still listen, or you can go to 8H where you can still able to see it, okay? Because I can't compete with your little one. All right, thank you.
Okay. No babies in the courtroom now. No babies in the
All
courtroom.
right, go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. Would you tell the jury who it is that is depicted on State's Exhibit 3 Yankee?
That's my son, Donovan Thomas Jr.
And did you call him Donovan Thomas Jr.? Or did you have another name for him?
Yeah, we called him Peanut.
Where did that name come from?
Just him growing up, he was smaller than he was, and as you know now. And we just thought when he was born, he was just a cute little peanut, and that name just grew with him.
When was he born?
April the 4th, 1988.
And when was the last time that you saw your child alive?
Okay, I told you guys this is going to be very hard testimony to watch.
The last time,
It is something that always bothers me as I watch cover trials.
I saw my baby was.
Miss Love is intentionally standing
Give me a
in
minute,
front
please.
of the camera.
It was Friday night. I always came to the house and we,
What date is that? Just tell me.
the date,
Do you have an objection, sir?
January the 9th. January the 9th, I'm sorry.
I'm overruled it. I'll rule the objection, sir. Objections, I should say.
January the 9th, 2015.
Let's watch the judge and how the
January
judge
9th,
ruled with this
2015.
witness. Let's watch the judge.
How old was your son when you last saw him?
He was 26 years old.
Did he go to school in Atlanta?
Yes, he attended Washington High School.
Sir,
Kind of background in him?
but let's get to it, miss. Let's get to it. It's marginally relevant, so let's move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Marginally relevant.
Was Donovan your only child?
No, I have one other oldest son. Donovan was the baby.
And did Donovan have children?
Yes, Donovan have 2 kids.
I sustain the objection.
Do you remember the last day that you talked to your son? And Your Honor, I'm gonna go right into something else after.
You don't have to.
All right.
Let's
Do
go.
you remember the
Let's
last
go.
day that you
Sorry.
talked to your son?
Yes, I spoke with him January the 10th, 2015, that morning, but it was afternoon.
Do you remember around what time?
It was between maybe 2 and 4. I was at my flea market and he called me.
Now, backing up to the day before, when you said that you last saw him.
Miss Love is intentionally standing in front of the camera.
Yes, he did.
And what kind of vehicle did he drive?
He drove a blue 2007 Chevrolet Tahoe.
And was he driving it the last time that you saw him?
Yes.
When you talked to your son between 2 and 4 on January the 10th, 2015, without talking about anything he said in particular, are you able to tell the jury whether he was anxious or apprehensive about anything?
Ladies and gentlemen,
No, he was
I
just
may have to
drunk.
go into the courtroom to get the shot.
That was Mr. Steele and Mr. Sharp? Or no, Mr. Harvey? I sustain the objection.
Thank you, Judge. Would you describe your son's mood as he spoke with you on January 10th, 2015?
He was the same happy-go-lucky self. I always call and check on him as he always did.
All right. In January of 2015, would you tell the jury what kind of work your son was involved in, generally speaking?
Upon me and him talking, and he was kind of moving toward the music industry. Basically, he was just talking about artists that he was just trying to bring into the music industry, just taking on the different.
I sustain the objection.
Did you observe your son working in the field that you're describing for the jury?
I did.
And did that involve working with music artists?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Rayshawn Bennett or Lucci?
Yes, I am.
How do you know Lucci, generally speaking?
My son just was talking to me about someone that he was.
Cases. I sustain the objection.
We're not offering it, Your Honor. I'll change and I'll actually rephrase the question.
That would
I
be,
appreciate
that'd
it.
be wonderful. Okay, all right. You can rephrase.
Did your son ever bring Lucci to your house?
Yes.
Did you ever see your son interact with Lucci?
Yes.
Was Lucci one of the artists that your son worked with?
Yes.
I sustain the objection as to form. You can rephrase.
What was the relationship between your son and Lucci?
Just entertainment, music.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Javon Fly Henry as well?
Yes.
Did your son work with that person as well?
Yes.
And with respect to Lucci, what was your son's relationship with Mr. Henry?
I think with the label, Think It's a Game.
Is Think It's a Game the label that Mr. Henry owns?
Yes.
I sustain the objection.
Who owns Think It's a Game?
Mr. Henry.
And if you would do me a favor and lean into the microphone so that I can hear your voice back here and direct your voice
Sure.
to the jury. Now, did you personally ever visit Think It's a Game Records?
No, I did not.
Did you ever visit 675 Metropolitan Avenue?
No, I did not.
And when you spoke with your son last on January the 10th, 2015, without talking about anything he said, generally, what were the topics that you all discussed?
I think that's all for hearsay, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection, Madam. That's my question, so.
Who was Chris Markel Bennett?
That was my cousin.
And on January the 10th, 2015, was he alive?
No.
Did you speak with your son about him on January 10th, 2015?
Yes.
Basis.
Relevance, A, and B, hearsay.
Your Honor, as to the hearsay, I didn't ask her anything anyone said. And as to the relevance, that subject and name will come up more than once later on.
I'm gonna sustain, I'm gonna overrule the objection, I should say. Go ahead.
Thank you. Did you speak with your son about him on January 10th, 2015?
Yes, we spoke.
Do you remember when it was that Chris Markel Bennett died?
Yes, I can't remember the exact month, but the year was 2011.
And do you remember how he died?
It was homicide.
When you saw your son's vehicle on January the 9th, 2015, did it have any?
I'm gonna overrule the objection. I think she's just orienting. That's the place, sir.
Did it have any bullet holes in it that you saw?
No, ma'am.
And when did you learn, better yet, let me ask you this, what happened to your son? Did he die of natural causes?
No, my son's death was a homicide.
Did he die on January 10th, 2015?
Yes, he did.
Were you at 330 McDaniel Street on January 10th, 2015?
No, I was home.
How did you find out your son had been harmed?
I received a phone call.
And how did your son die?
Question asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
Was he shot, stabbed, or something else?
I sustain the objection.
No, she said homicide. She didn't say how.
Well, it invites speculation unless she knows.
Do you know how your son died?
Yes, he was shot. It was, and it turned out to be a homicide once.
Did you lay your son to rest? Did you bury
Yes,
your son?
yes, we did.
When did you bury your son?
It was January 17, 2015.
And did you lay a gravestone over his gravesite?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Did you visit your son's grave after 2015?
Often, yes.
Were there any particular occasions that you visited your son's gravesite?
Oh, sir.
Yes, we.
Please tell the jury.
I visited him on birthdays, Father Day, and just days in general that I felt I wanted to just go there.
Did your son's gravesite remain as it did when it was first placed in the years following his murder? Was there ever a time where it was vandalized?
Yes, it was vandalized.
Do you remember when that was, generally speaking, the year?
It was 2019.
And what occasion took you to your son? Did you go to your son's gravesite on that day?
It was Father's Day 2019.
Did you visit your son's gravesite on Father's Day 2019?
Yes, I did.
And when you visited your son's gravesite, what did you find?
Mm.
Sir, You have to renew your objection? Okay. Yes. All right, it's noted.
You may go ahead and tell the board what you found.
January 19th, it was Father's Day. I drove up to my son's gravesite, and once me and we drove up there, we noticed that the gravesite had been vandalized. And when I got out the car, I wasn't familiar with the word, but some of his other friends were, and the word, it was something was spray painted, slat on his grave, and it was chiseled around the size of the headstone.
When you said, January,
It was Father's Day.
you meant 2019?
I'm sorry, 2019. Yes. I'm sorry.
No problem at all. I'm gonna show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 4 Yankee, Your Honor, for the record, and what has already been shown to the defense. And then I'm gonna just ask you if you recognize what is depicted in the photograph labeled State's Exhibit 4 Yankee.
It's my son's headstone.
And is this a photograph that you provided to the state?
Yes.
And is this a photograph that you or the person you were with took of the gravesite as you found it on Father's Day 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 4 Yankee as that.
Any further objection, Mr. Shardas, to other than what's been noted already? All right, it's, I'm going to admit States for Yankee over objection and maybe publish as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Ms. Edmond, would you please spell out what is written across your son's tombstone?
It's you spell it out.
Spell it out.
SLATT.
And is State's Exhibit 4 Yankee a fair and accurate depiction of the gravestone as you found it on Father's Day 2019?
Yes, it is.
Would you tell the jury for the record what color the letters SLATT are written across your son's gravesite?
It's green.
Before you saw that, did those letters have any significance to you personally?
No, it did not.
Did you ever see your son wearing those letters on any article of clothing that he wore?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you ever see your son prominently displaying green attire at any particular time?
No, I did not.
And do you know who it was that put SLATT across your child's gravestone?
No, I did not. No, I do not.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 24 Yankee, 25 Yankee, 26 Yankee, 28 Yankee, 30 Yankee, 37 Yankee, and 221 Yankee. They have also previously been shown to the defense.
Let's just make sure that they're the same names.
Sure can. There you go. These are the ones we have. And while counsel is looking at them, I'll ask you to look at them as well. If you could look at them and not publish them to the jury, just turn it over as you look at them. 24 Yankee,
Yes.
25 Yankee,
Yes.
26 Yankee,
Yes.
28 Yankee,
Yes.
30 Yankee,
Yes.
37 Yankee,
Yes.
and 221 Yankee.
Yes.
How do you recognize the vehicle depicted in those photographs?
That was my son's vehicle.
And are those fair and accurate reflections of your son's vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tender states exhibit 24 Yankee, 25 Yankee, 26 Yankee, 28 Yankee, 30 Yankee, 37 Yankee, and 221.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just listen to this testimony. This is
Any objections
powerful
to
testimony here.
States 24.
Who the heck
Yankee,
would write
25
slat
Yankee, 26
on someone's
Yankee,
gray site?
28 Yankee, 30 Yankee, 37
Okay,
Yankee,
now
or
prosecutors.
221 Yankee? All right, hearing no objection, they are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna just leave these up here.
So we start off with State's Exhibit 24 Yankee. Publishing to the jury now for the record. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 24 Yankee?
We're looking at my son's truck, his car.
Is that the rear view of your son's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Is that the same vehicle that he was driving when you last saw him on January the 9th, 2015?
Yes, it is.
And as we look at State's Exhibit 25 Yankee, what are we looking at?
We're looking at my son's vehicle.
I think you just put up. There we go. Is that the license plate for your son's vehicle?
Yes, yes.
And looking at State's 26 Yankee, what are we looking at?
We're looking at my son's vehicle.
And is that the driver's side of your son's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And looking at State's Exhibit 28 Yankee, is this the passenger side of your son's vehicle? Just one moment.
Yes, it is.
Turning to State's Exhibit 30 Yankee. Is that the front passenger side portion of your son's Chevy Tahoe?
Yes, it is.
Now, the last time that you saw him, was that front right tire flattened?
No, it was not.
Turning to State's Exhibit 37 Yankee. Is that another photo or close-up photo of the driver's side of your son's?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall seeing the defect above the driver's side rear tire on your son's vehicle the last time that you saw it?
No, I do not.
And showing you State's Exhibit 221 Yankee. Is that to a driver's side photograph of your son's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall seeing a defect in the locations marked by the yellow and the white placards on your son's vehicle the last time that you saw it?
No, I do not.
Are you familiar with a person named Kelvin Watts?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with a person by that name?
He's Donovan's brother too. Donovan's older brother and him are biological brothers, but we just brought him in to, he's just like Donovan's brother as well.
Would you tell the jury the name of Donovan's older brother?
Donovan older brother is Dontavius Thomas.
And is that your son?
That's my son.
And so Dontavius and Kelvin?
No, Kelvin and Marquavius are brothers through different, same father, but different mothers.
Okay. And what is the relationship of Kelvin and Marquavius?
They're biological brothers.
Do they have the same mom?
They have the same mom, yes.
All right. So when you said that Donovan and Kelvin are brothers,
They're, I'm trying to tell you what word it, they're,
do they have biological?
they don't have,
share the same
no,
blood?
no, they don't share the same blood, no.
But do their brothers, Donovan's brother, Dontavius, and Kelvin's brother, Marquavius, share the same father?
No, just Marquavius and Kelvin share the same father. Same. No, they don't share. Oh my God, you give me a second. Marquavius and Kelvin shares the same mother.
And Marquavius and Dontavius.
Share the same father.
Did Kelvin go by the name Kelvin? Did you call him Kelvin?
No, I just called him Kel.
Did you ever know him to be called Shell Kel?
No, no, not me personally, no.
Did you see Kelvin Watts at your house? Did he
Yes.
visit your home?
Yeah, he was my home. Yes.
And what was the nature of the relationship between him and Donovan? Were they friendly? Were they distant? Or something in between?
It was all brotherly when, I'm sorry.
Outstanding picture. Foundation.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'll ask him questions. Did you ever see your son Donovan interacting with Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
How often?
Often when we were at my house, basically together, it was like, family events, family functions, and he was always there with them.
How long have you known Kelvin Watts?
For quite some time now, because it's been maybe about 12, 13 years.
And how did you first meet Kelvin Watts?
I met Kelvin through his brother Marquavius. When Marquavius started coming over to my house, we allowed Kelvin to come over as well.
And what year approximately did Marquavius start coming over to your house?
I would say early childhood. They were about 8 years old, so they grew up together. So yeah, they were 90s, early 90s, late 90s, somewhere around in there.
And during that time, did Donovan grow up with Kelvin as well?
Yeah, they all grew up together.
So are you able to now tell the jury the nature of the relationship between your son Donovan Thomas and Kelvin Watts? Were they friendly?
They're like brothers.
What was that?
They were like brothers.
Okay. You mentioned Marquavius Curtis. Did he have a nickname?
Greedy.
And you said earlier something with respect to Rayshawn Bennett. How often would you say that Rayshawn Bennett has come to your house?
Maybe twice that I remember.
And who was it that accompanied him, if anyone, when he came to your house? That is, when Rayshawn Bennett came to your house.
My son, Donovan Thomas.
Do you remember the year that Rayshawn Bennett or Lucci first visited your home with your son Donovan?
It was around 2014, the summer, 2014.
And do you remember the last time that Rayshawn Bennett or Lucci visited your home with your son?
No, I don't. I do not.
Yes or no, are you familiar with the man, the name Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Has Jeffrey Williams ever come to your home with your son?
No.
What happened to your son's Chevy Tahoe after his death?
It was impounded.
Did you ever see it again?
Yes, we kept it for a while, yes.
And did you take note of bullet holes in his vehicle at the time that you took possession of it?
Yes, we refurbished it and it was repaired and we painted it black.
Was there 1, 2, or more than that bullet holes in your son's truck?
It was several.
Did you ever hear any music that referenced rounds in a Tahoe that caused you concern?
Yes.
How did you come about hearing music referencing rounds in a Tahoe?
Continue my objection. Now, the witness.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Ms. Edmond. Maybe a little difficult, but did you know whether or not your son was involved in a game while he was alive?
Yes.
Do you know what game?
No.
Do you know, generally speaking, what type of game?
I just know it was the blood gang.
Okay.
Mhm.
When did you learn that your son was involved in the blood game?
Mm. I'm a mother. I just kind of knew something was different, and something came to me, and I asked him. He was open with me, and that's how it went from there.
Do you remember around what year that was, or how old he was, approximately?
I do not.
Was it before 2015?
Yes, it was before 2015.
While your son was alive, did you ever see him wearing any articles of clothing with the letters ABG on it?
Yes, I did.
Did you know what ABG stood for?
I did not.
Did you have an idea?
I asked him. I'm sorry.
Basis. Hold on.
I'll rephrase.
I'll sustain this if you want.
What did you understand ABG to stand for?
Foundation, speculation.
She said she saw.
I'm gonna overrule the objections on.
What did you understand?
Hold on, Mr. Matthews. All right, now.
What did you understand it to stand for?
I was told all about God.
Unless you.
I'm sorry.
No, madam, you cannot testify.
And Your Honor, I'm going to, if the court will allow me to ask a follow-up question, I think it will. Your Honor, may I approach? Unless,
I'm gonna instruct the jury to disregard the witness's last statement. You can rephrase, madam.
thank you. Did you come to later understand ABG to have a different meaning than what you originally were led to believe?
Yes, I did.
And whatever you were led to believe it stood for at first,
Mhm.
where did you get that understanding from?
My son, Donovan Thomas, yes.
Okay. What about the letters IF? Did you ever see your son wearing any articles of clothing depicting the letters IF?
I saw T-shirts that he had made.
Okay. And were you given an understanding about what IF stood for as well? Your Honor, you're not offering for the truth.
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Matthews. Overrule, Mr. Steele.
Were you given an understanding about what IF stood for as well by your son?
The form of the question is improper. You
I'll
can
rephrase
rephrase
it.
it.
What did you understand IF to stand for or to mean?
If I can make a difference.
Did you get a different understanding?
The
after you
judge
found out?
Yes,
is
I did.
seemingly
Do you have an
helping
objection, Mr.
the
Sharp?
prosecutor right now.
Oh,
Her last answer or the witness's last answer?
Yes,
Hold on. Question was, did you get a different understanding after your son died? Answer, yes, I did.
I'm sorry, I meant the question.
There was, the question before that was an improper question, which the court went ahead and I interjected myself.
Okay,
And
thank you. Your Honor.
after that, it was, what did you understand IF to stand for or to mean? Answer was, if I can make a difference.
That was it. Thank you.
All right.
Look at court
do you
reporter
remember the
Cynthia
colors of the clothing that
helping
your
out the
son wore
judge.
with the letters ABG on it?
They were, I can't quite remember.
This is the
I think it
mother
was a
of
t-shirt.
Donovan Thomas,
Did your
who
son,
was
display
who is
an
on the witness
affinity
stand now.
for
The
color
mother of Donovan
red?
Thomas.
Yes,
And did he wear the color red any more frequently than he wore any other colors, or did he just wear them?
no, he did not.
Do you know whether your son ever visited a place called Club Crucial?
Yes,
How do you know?
that was the when I found out he threw a big birthday party there.
Did you ever have access to your son's Instagram account?
I did.
And were you able to observe him at Club Crucial?
Yes, I did.
And what was he doing when you observed him at Club Crucial?
Having a party.
Okay. Do you know what status or rank or anything like that your son held in the game that he was affiliated with?
No, I did not.
Did you learn anything about that after his passing?
Yes, I did.
Did your son bring gang stuff, if you will, into your house or around you?
No, he did not. No.
Do you know whether any members of your son's gang attended his funeral?
It was people were there. I don't know who, just people. It was a large service, so I'm not for sure of, who was there.
How large was the service?
It was very large service. Mhm.
Was there any, were there any conflicts whatsoever at your son's service?
No,
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Diamante Kendrick?
no, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Marquez Hewitt?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Quamarvius Nichols?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Rodelius Ryan?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Shannon Silva?
No, not to my knowledge.
What about Shannon Jackson?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Quindarius Zachary?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Antonio Sledge?
No, not to my knowledge. No.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Antonio Samuel?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Khalid?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Demikion Garland?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Jimmy Winfrey?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Walter Murphy?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Trontavious Smith?
No, not to my knowledge.
Thank you, just one moment.
Mm-hmm.
Martinez Arnold, did your son ever bring anyone to your home by the name of Martinez Arnold?
No, not to my knowledge.
Jaden Myers,
No, not to my knowledge.
and where is Smith?
No, not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Thank you, that's all I have. Mayor.
Cross. Anyone? All right, Mr. Sharp.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon.
You testified about your son's gravesite.
Yes,
Is that in Atlanta?
yes,
Okay. Yes, sir. And you took a picture?
yes. Me and several people took a picture.
Okay. And I was a bit confused. You said that picture was taken in 2019?
Yeah, my knowledge, 2019, yes. That was Father's Day.
Father's Day 2019?
2019, yes.
Okay. Did you report what happened to your son's gravestone to the police or the district attorney's office?
No, we reported it to the Lincoln Cemetery where the grave site, and they did the investigation.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't call out any officials.
Do you know how the district attorney's office obtained a picture?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know if anyone was ever charged or arrested for that incident?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any further examination, Mr. Steele?
Good afternoon, ma'am. My deepest sympathy.
Good afternoon, thank you.
I'd like to show you, with the court's permission, Mr. Williams' exhibit number 13. It'll
Yes.
pop up on a screen next to you.
Okay.
Your Honor, is that okay? It's already in evidence.
Yes, sir.
Can you make that a little larger, if it's possible? Ma'am, do you see what has been marked and entered into evidence as Mr. Williams, number 13, to your left?
Yes,
Okay, and is that your child in the white shirt?
yes, it is.
Okay. And do you know the person that your child is with in that picture?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen jury who that is.
That's Jeffrey Williams.
And do you know, you see on the top, it says big business _ entertainment or ENT _ nut.
Yes,
And who, do you recognize that Instagram handle?
yes, that was my son's Instagram.
Okay. And underneath it, if Mr. Kokomo can just scroll down. Did you see this Instagram posting when it came out, if you remember?
I seen that posting after his passing.
Okay. And that says, me and little bra, you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whose home that picture was taken?
No, I
Or
don't.
it may not be a home. Do you know who the location of that picture?
No, I do not.
All right. I'd like to show you two exhibits. God bless you. I'd like to show you two exhibits with the court's permission.
Okay.
And your permission. Mr. Kokomo is going to approach you.
Okay.
It is Mr. Williams, number 30 and 33 was given to you in October 2023. No, it's already been marked and shown to you previously. You have seen it, but it's going to be shown to you again.
Your Honor, I need to see it.
I said it's going to be shown to you again.
Okay, have Mr. Kokomo approach the state and let the state look at Mr. Williams 30 and 33.
Christian, you have that already marked and thumb drive back in.
Your Honor, the state has an objection to state defendant Williams exhibit number 30 and defendant Williams exhibit number
33.
33. Except with one small exception, and you may approach.
Yes. we'll need to take up something and then we'll call you back. So 10 minutes? All right? Okay. All right. All rise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our jury's left us. We'll take 10 minutes.
this up, we can do it before.
Yeah, Mr. Kokomo, redact the first top part of that, please, on 30 and 31. Just underneath posts, and you can do the, whatever that first line is, do all 13 comments, and the 12 of, August of 14. And then with exhibit number 33, same thing, so that you'll have this post and then big biz underscore ENT underscore left, and the bottom is fine.
And we don't mind the date either.
Yeah, the date on the bottom is fine, the date on the top is fine. Because if I'm reading correctly, the top comment.
See it, that'd be great. I don't have my laptop. So Judge, we're looking at it and he hasn't taken the top date out. That's the one that the court instructed him to take out. We're asking that the August 12, 2014 date with comments and stuff be taken out. The August 6th, 2014, at the bottom, we have no objections. One is the date for comments and one is the date for posting. So we don't have an objection. I think the court told him to take out the top date. That's still in.
Yeah, because it doesn't cover anything. Yes, ma'am, what is it?
When we look at the exhibit that has been shared, when you move the exhibit itself down, there is, language at the top. So we would ask that, a printout be, provided.
Mr. Sears, you put this one on the last, one you sent just at 3:13 p.m. I don't think she's on there. Could you please forward it to her, so she can look at it? Record that. Well, it was sent at 3:13, but Mr. You weren't on that one. So Mr. Steele forwarded you and, me and Mr. Weaver and, Mr. Atkins. Shorter string, same exhibit, it's been modified or edited. You got that one?
Yes, and that part we don't have any objection to.
Okay, all right. All right, so that can be shown to the jury. Mr. Steele, you can move for the admission when we get the jury out here, and they're redacted, and we'll include, I'll admit that. All right, Sergeant Ingram, can we go ahead and summon our jurors, please? Bring our witness back. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Steele, whenever you're ready, sir.
Ma'am, I'd like to show you, or Your Honor, I'll move for the admission of Mr. Williams number 30 as well as 33.
Your Honor, I ask that the foundation be established through the witness.
Fine, sir, you can ask some foundation questions.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, Ms. Edmond, may Mr. Kokomo approach you with the court's permission and show you a couple of documents?
Yes.
Thank you. He's going to show you first Mr. Williams exhibit number 30.
Okay.
And then when you're done looking at that, if you recognize it, just let us know.
Okay.
And then if you look at the next one, which is going to be Mr. Williams exhibit number 33, okay?
How you doing? And your question is, are you asking me, do I recognize those pictures?
Yes, and yes, that is the question.
I mean, yes, I've seen those pictures before.
Okay, and that's for both of them, and I'm just formal, so Mr. Williams number 30, and then Mr. Williams number 33. That's what you said, yes, you're familiar with them, you've seen them.
Yeah, I've seen them before, yes.
Your Honor, now I move for the admission again, Mr. Williams number 30 and 33.
Any further objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, subject to the court's earlier rulings, Williams 30 and 33 are admitted.
Ma'am,
Yes.
then they will come up to your left again, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And this is the first one on the screen you see, it says exhibit 30?
Yes.
Okay, and if Mr. Kokomo can just blow this up a little bit. Do you recognize again the big business _entertainment _nut?
Yes.
And that's your son's Instagram account or
Yes.
social media account?
Yes.
All right, and then in this one, do you recognize the picture at the top? Do you know who that young man is?
Yes.
And who is that?
Jeffrey Williams.
And then do you recognize in the center picture who that person is in the white?
Yes, I think that's the artist Birdman.
Okay, and then next to him, and it's also the bottom, so it's in the center, a young female, you see the person in the center, and then again on the bottom, you know who that is? You recognize who that is?
I do not.
All right, do you see the writings on it where it says presents Rich Gang and YMCMB Flashy Lifestyle Episode 5 featuring Thugger and Paris Hilton?
I see it, yes.
Okay, and if we go down, is it fair to say that that reflects an August 9th, 2014 posting date or date on the image?
Yes.
All right, if we can go to Mr. Williams number 33. And then this is number 33 you just saw, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to just blow it up. And do you see again and recognize that that's your son's social media account posted?
Yes.
And then this one, the gentleman on the left, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's Jeffrey Williams.
And the gentleman to the right, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, artist Birdman.
Okay, and then it says, you see it, YSL Entertainment and Club Crucial present Young Thug Celebrity Birthday Celebration, you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then underneath it, it's a little distorted, so I don't want to, if you could read it, that's fine, but I don't want to say something. You see what that says underneath it?
Underneath celebrity birthday celebration?
Yeah, can you make that out?
No, I can't.
All right, and then it says the performer or entertainer Birdman,
Yes.
and then it's Thursday, August 14th, Thursday, August 14th at Club Crucial, and then it gives the address, fair to say?
That's correct.
And then at the bottom of your child's posting, you see that August 12th, 2014?
Yes.
Did you know Jeffrey Williams' birth date is August 16th, 2000?
Objection, Your Honor, to facts not in evidence.
It has come into evidence already, Your Honor. His date of birth has come into evidence.
Stand the objection, sir.
Do you know when Jeffrey Williams' birthday is?
I do not.
All right, I'd like to show you, with the court's permission, Mr. Williams' exhibit number 222B. It's already in evidence. Your Honor, may I display this again?
You may, sir.
And once it's ready to play, this is a item that's already in evidence.
Mhm.
It'll pop up again, same place. And if you could just watch it and we're going to play, we could play the whole thing, but I was going to play the first 20 seconds, okay?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, there's an objection. Could we identify or at least
It's the freestyle video that's been entered into evidence already, Your Honor. It's a music video.
Hold on. Ms. Weaver?
$22B?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, you may publish.
Thank you. So ma'am,
Yes.
and if you need to see the whole thing, just say, hey, I'd like to see more. There's no problem. But I was focused on the first 20 seconds. I was going to ask Mr. Kokum to stop it at that point because the jurors already saw it. But if you need to see it, it's no problem. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And here it is. It's to your left again.
Mhm.
Yeah. Fresh gang. Y'all dead, nigga. Top flow type shit. Fresh chandeliers with marble floors, boy. My baby mama just put me on child support. Fuck her one, ain't going to court. Don't care what them white folks say.
Do you recognize that gentleman to you in the picture in the white shirt?
Yes, it's my son.
Okay. And do you know who he's handshaking?
Yes, that's the artist, Rich Homie Quan.
Okay. And then, are you familiar with this song or this video?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Were you aware, and the jurors already saw it, you aware Jeffrey Williams performs in this video? And if you don't, just say, I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of that?
Yes.
You saw him in the video?
Yes.
Okay. And the date of this video?
Your Honor, I object us to vagueness, the date of the.
Let me show you what's already in
I'm
evidence.
on the same objection.
Okay, let me show you what's already in evidence.
Your Honor,
It's in evidence, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'd ask that he identify what exhibit
Yeah,
he's talking about.
that's what I was gonna ask you to do, Mr. Steele. Just
Sure.
Identify whatever exhibit.
Okay, it's 222B, Mr. Williams. Your Honor, I'll move on.
Okay.
Have you ever seen Greedy? You know who you identified as Greedy earlier?
Yes.
And Greedy to you, just remind the jurors.
That's my son, Donovan Thomas's brother.
And were you aware that Greedy was also in a music video with Jeffrey?
No, I was not. No, I'm not.
Okay. I'm going to show you, with your permission, with the court's permission, of course, but I'm going to show you a photograph, an image. Would you take a look at that with the court permits?
Sure.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, would you approach with your computer if you don't mind? Your Honor, this is Mr. Williams, exhibit number 22A at time 3:19. Show it to the state first, okay? Thanks. While that's going on, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Did you and your child live in the same home separately in,
Separate, but my home was his home. So, yeah.
of course. When did he move out on his own, if you can remember?
Like I said, my home was always, my door was always open. So he never not was able to be there. So it was a revolving door with him.
Okay, let me ask you a better way.
Okay.
Understanding that he's always welcome and lives in your home
Right.
as your child. When did he secure another place to live as best you can remember?
I can't say exactly when he officially moved out.
That's fine.
Mhm.
All right. Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach Ms. Edmond with her permission, of course?
Sure.
Jerry, showing us the state.
Yes.
All right, yes.
Do you recognize what Mr. Kokomo just showed you, which for the record is Mr. Williams exhibit number 22A, and it's frozen at 319?
Okay, yes.
Okay, and how have you seen that before?
I haven't seen it. I recognize the person in the video, but I haven't seen the video.
Okay, and does the people in the video, do you recognize who they both are, or the people?
Yes, I did.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of the whole thing, but later with a different witness. But for 319, that frozen part, right now, Mr. Williams, number 22A, to display to the jury.
So basically, it's the photo at that point in time.
It'll be like a screenshot of that 319.
Okay,
No objection to the screenshot.
all right, Mr. Williams, 22A, screenshot is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
And can I call that exhibit, Your Honor, 22A screenshot? So that'd be like the name, or 22AA?
I'm just gonna do 22 alpha
Okay,
screenshot.
thank you. It's going to come up again on your screen, okay? While that's coming up, of that music video, that screenshot, were you aware what date that was made?
No.
Okay. All right, and then just tell the jury, if you could orient them, tell them who you see in this 319, or excuse me, let me do it a different way. Mr. Williams, number 22A screenshot.
Oh, you want me to identify the persons in there? The one on my right, with the red lettering in the front, that's Donovan's brother, Greedy.
And do you know what that red lettering says?
Looks like it says these at Bird Game.
Okay.
And the gentleman in the middle is Jeffrey Williams.
And do you recognize by any chance the person to the, basically behind a little bit, but to, I think it'd be your left?
I do not.
That's fine. Again, my deepest sympathy.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Any further examination? Defense examination? All right, redirect.
Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Edmond, you were asked by Mr. Steele about some pictures of your son with the defendant, Jeffrey Williams. Did you see defendant Jeffrey Williams at your son's funeral?
No, I did not.
And you were asked about a video with your son and defendant Jeffrey Williams. Did you see your son with Jeffrey Williams after December of 2014?
No, I did not.
You were shown a picture of Marquavius Curtis in a screenshot from a video with defendant Jeffrey Williams. Do you know about conflict between Marquavius Curtis and members of a group called YSL after January of 2015?
I heard the things that was just going on, you know.
I sustain the objection.
To your knowledge, was Marquavius Curtis cordial with Jeffrey Williams or any other members of YSL post January 10th, 2015?
Not to my knowledge.
I'll sustain the objection, sir.
Was Marquavius Curtis cordial with Jeffrey Williams post January 10th, 2015?
I sustain the objection. Lay more foundation if you want to ask that.
Did you ever observe Marquavius Curtis with Jeffrey Williams after January 10th, 2015?
No, I did not.
Did you ever observe Marquavius Curtis with Martinez Arnold after January 10th, 2015?
Also speculation.
I asked whether she observed.
I'll overrule the objection.
Did you ever observe Marquavius Curtis with Martinez Arnold after January 10th, 2015?
No, I did not.
Did you ever observe Marquavius Curtis with Diamante Kendrick after January 10th, 2015?
No, I did not.
Just one second. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Any recross? Counsels for defense. All right. May Ms. Edmond be permanently temporarily excused the witness. All right, Ms. Edmond, I'm going to permanently excuse your witness. Thank you for being with us today and for your patience. And please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, madam. All right, state, call your next witness.
At this time, Your Honor, the state calls to the stand Investigator Byron Smith.
All right, summon Investigator Smith, please. Investigator Smith, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, before you sit down, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness.
Yes. Thank you. Darren Smith, DARRINSMITH.
Good afternoon, Investigator Smith.
Good afternoon.
Are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
How long have you been with the city of Atlanta?
19 years this past January.
And is that where you began your law enforcement career?
No, I grew up in Maine, and I worked for a small law enforcement agency up there for almost 5 years before coming to Atlanta.
So what year did you begin your law enforcement?
1999.
And what rank did you reach at the police department in Maine prior to becoming that?
I was just a patrol officer when I left.
And what's your official title at the Atlanta Police Department?
I am a police investigator or a detective.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities in your current role?
Currently, I'm assigned to our Office of Professional Standards in our Internal Affairs Unit within the City of Atlanta Police Department. Right now, I investigate any allegations that any citizen may make against an Atlanta police officer during any type of interaction with them. I investigate use of force complaints, officer-involved shootings, in custody deaths that involve Atlanta police officers, and whatever else may come into my desk by my command staff.
What roles did you hold at the Atlanta Police Department prior to your current role?
Prior to my current role, I spent some time in East Atlanta as a detective after spending 7.5 years in our homicide unit within the City of Atlanta Police Department. Before that, I made detective in 2010. I worked for 2 years again in East Atlanta, which is our Zone 6 precinct, investigating aggravated assaults, robberies, thefts, domestic violence, and so on.
And what role did you hold in January of 2015?
I was an investigator in the homicide unit.
And what were your duties and responsibilities in that role?
We would handle all homicides that occurred within the City of Atlanta. We would investigate missing persons, critical missing persons, like a Maddie's call, someone with dementia or Alzheimer's or something to that level. Occasionally, depending on the situation, we would respond to some suicides that weren't, they needed our assistance a little further. They weren't obvious signs of a suicide. Any suspicious deaths that the medical examiner would require our assistance for because they couldn't make an initial determination during autopsy. And some, I don't know, some special cases, I guess, that would fall coming to our investigative based on what our chain of command wished our homicide unit to handle.
I heard you say something about dementia.
Dementia.
Dementia. Oh,
Yes.
okay, all right.
But yeah, so
Were you post certified in January 2015?
yes, I was.
And are you post certified now?
I am.
Do you recall working on January 10th, 2015?
Yes, I was.
What shift did you work that day?
Evening watch for that homicide unit. That particular time was 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And in the law enforcement community, can you tell the jurors what a watch is?
Our watch, at least in the city of Atlanta, is broken up into three time areas. We have a morning watch, which was normally the overnight shift, and that usually runs in most precincts from nowadays, it's from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. with various overlap in patrols. Day watch would be 6 a.m. to 2 to 3 p.m. and then evening watch would be 2 to 3 p.m. to 11 to midnight, depending on what precinct and what schedule you were working.
And on January 10, 2015, what watch were you working?
Evening watch, the 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. for our investigative unit.
What's the zone?
A zone is a precinct for a generic term. Our city is broken up into 6 precincts or 6 zones, and then the airport is considered a precinct, but it's kind of its own little city down there. So Atlanta runs from the east to the west to the north, south with all six precincts.
What's a beat?
A beat is within the precinct. So we are in zone 5, which is precinct number 5. I believe there's 11 beats in it now. So the city is broken down. Your zone is broken down into smaller areas called beats that an officer is assigned to patrol and answer calls for service.
And what zone and beat were you assigned to on January 10th, 2015?
Well, the homicide unit covers everything in the entire city. We're not assigned any specific beat. We cover the entire city.
And do you recall being called out to 330 McDaniel Street Southwest, Atlanta, in relation to a shooting death on January 10th, 2015?
I do.
And in what county is that address situated?
Fulton County.
And can you tell the jury what you recall about that particular call?
It came in sometime during the evening watch hours. It was in January, so I think it came in probably the second half of our shift, closer to the end of the shift, because I know I was out there pretty late that night. Because down in the southwest area of zone 5, which is the precinct we're in now, information we have is there was a shooting, and the only reason homicide would get called out is because either somebody was deceased or was injured serious enough where they weren't certain if they would survive with medical intervention. So we also get called out to those just to make sure that we need to be there for it.
And prior to being called out that day, were you acquainted with the area?
I was.
How were you acquainted with it?
Very. When I started in 2005 on the morning watch here in this particular precinct, I worked that beat most of my time in zone 5.
And how long were you assigned that beat when you were a patrol officer for the Atlanta Police Department?
Total, probably about 3 to 4 years.
And can you tell the jurors what is located at the address of 330 McDaniel Street Southwest?
Well, at the time in 2015, it was a barbershop.
And was it daytime or nighttime when you went out for that call on January 10th, 2015?
It was night because it was dark.
And can you describe for the jurors what you recall seeing, if anything, behind their line to that location?
Well, when I first got there, I parked on the, hard to describe, on the west side. There's North Side Drive, and then McDaniel Street runs east and west and intersects with Peter Street. I came in on the Peter Street side and parked on that eastern corner, I guess. And got out and kind of walked into the direction where they had crime scene up. Patrol cars were there that had secured the initial incident location. And I just kind of stood there for a minute and just kind of observed and see what's out there before I would even enter that. From a distance, I could see there were 2 vehicles parked in the parking lot at 330 McDaniel Street. I believe there was another vehicle in the westbound lane of McDaniel Street. Initially, that's kind of what I saw. And the closer I got, the more I realized that some of these vehicles appear to have been, I guess what we call some defects, have been involved in some type of interaction, or appeared that they had been shot, and there was some ballistic evidence that we could initially see when we first got there.
Okay, so I want to ask you a few questions on that. But before we do, I want to ask you, what does it mean for a crime scene to be secured?
Usually, in most cases, we like to see 2 types of scenes that are secure: an inner perimeter and an outer perimeter. In most cases, the scene was so fairly wide, we had a fairly good outer perimeter. There wasn't really a need for an inner perimeter because it was stretched out over such a long area. Usually, in this case, patrol cars were on the east and the west side of McDaniel Street, blocking off, so there's no traffic flow and rerouting traffic, so the investigators could have some space to work. And at Northside Drive was the west side. There were patrol cars down there. There's a Texaco gas station right on the corner. There was some patrol cars stationed there as well. What we want to do is make sure nobody comes in and enters the scene. It does happen sometimes. In my experience, family members will show up and they'll see their loved one, they'll try to run into the scene. So we try to make sure that nobody can come in on there. And so it's yellow tape everywhere, caution tape, patrol cars, and usually there's somebody taking names down of anybody that comes in, enters, and leaves the secure crime scene for us.
And why would you want anyone to come into the crime scene at that time?
We don't want anything disturbed. We want to look at it as is. We don't want somebody to come in there and pick up a piece of evidence and run off with it. We don't want someone to kick some cartridge casing, some ballistic evidence. We don't want someone to drive off with a vehicle that was involved.
And you indicated earlier a few moments ago that you said someone would take names. Why would anyone take names?
Crime scene log is important. We need to know who comes in and out of a crime scene. A lot of times that is if we need to do follow-ups. I said if the initial beat officer gets there and there's 2 or 3 people that are there, they may be witnesses. So we're trying to write down their information because they may disappear or leave before we can get there and have a word with them. EMS staff, it's important to know who is in the crime scene. So if there's a particular area where there's some what we call medical debris, where they tried to help somebody, we can explain why that's there, because this was the paramedic, this was the fire department.
And when you arrived to the crime scene located at 330 McDaniel Street Southwest on January 10, 2015, was it in fact secure?
Yes, it was.
What role, if any, did you have at that time when you arrived to the crime scene? What was your responsibility?
Initially, it was to try to get a preliminary investigation of kind of what occurred down there. The lead detective was en route to the location. Either, I don't know if he was off that day or he was out working something else, but we had to wait for him to get there a little bit. And as a primary role, as the responding investigator, you just want to gather as much information as you can, come up with a plan on what you want to do next. Who do we need to assign tasks to? Crime scene processing, witness canvases, somebody looking for video information, and then the lead detective, if somebody needs to go to the hospital, and so on and so forth. So that was kind of my initial role, was trying to figure out who was going to do what until the lead detective would get on scene.
And did you, when you said decide what you wanted to do next, what did you do after you kind of evaluated your agency?
I took the role of assisting and processing all the evidence that was at the crime scene. To go in there, we have civilian crime scene technicians that work hand in hand with us while we're out there. So we kind of work as a group together. And when I do a crime scene, I'm really deeply involved with it because I want to make sure we don't miss anything.
How were you alerted that there was a call out for shooting at 330 McDaniel Street Southwest on that day?
If I had to guess, over the radio, we have handheld radios. They'll raise a homicide unit over our detective dispatch channel. We were notified to go out there.
And when you say raise on the radio, what is it?
The beat officer will get on a radio channel, and they'll request a homicide unit, and they'll explain what they have, and then they'll request us out to the location.
Earlier, you also stated, moments ago, that usually when you're doing the crime scene investigation portion as an investigator, that there's a civilian crime scene tech, officer with you. Was one accompanying you on the evening of January 10, 2015?
Yes.
And, do you recall that person's name?
Crime scene technician Stewart.
And what was crime scene tech Stewart's responsibility with you as you processed that crime scene?
So our crime scene techs are responsible for actually photographing the crime scene in our direction. We work together with marking which pieces of evidence that we want to have collected and photographed. I said I'm pretty hands-on, so a lot of times I'll put the markers down where I feel they're necessary based on the scene. Like I said, they photograph an overall picture of the crime scene before we even start putting any type of evidence markers down. They will actually physically collect the evidence that's there. A lot of times they'll collect it, they'll note it to me, we'll read what it is, we'll note what it is, I'll write it in my crime scene log, and they will make a note of it on the evidence envelope that they collect that evidence into. So we do that from every piece of evidence, and that's how we gather all that information and anything we feel is pertinent.
Is it fair to say that you work in tandem with each other every time?
Yeah, we're pretty much hooked at the hip when we're out there. At least I am anyways.
What time did you go out to the 330 McDaniel Street, Southwest Atlanta location for the call homicide?
I don't recall the specific time. I believe it was on the second half of our shift.
And at the time you were raised on the radio, as you say, do you know whether someone had died at that point?
I don't specifically recall if somebody was officially deceased or they had been or at Grady and not expected to survive, but either one would require a homicide response.
And why is the homicide unit that is raised before someone is actually in fact dead?
Well, because a lot of situations, sometimes if the call may come into the 911 center, it's dispatched to the beat officer to respond. It's also dispatched to EMS services, which is part of Fulton County services. So it's kind of almost like a dual call coming in. And a lot of times, in my experience from homicide cases, sometimes they'll transport, the EMS will transport somebody for whatever reason they feel is necessary. And then sometimes they don't transport somebody because there's obviously a deceased person there. So for whatever instance this was, the individual was transported before the homicide unit got there, and that's why we were notified.
When is the homicide unit raised on the radio before someone is known to be deceased?
It could happen anytime. It's sometimes we'll get the call before it comes in, or it depends how the call for service comes into the 911. Sometimes people will say that, hey, there's somebody dead in the street. Sometimes we'll get the notification along with the responding officer.
At the time that you responded to the 330 McDaniel Street, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia crime scene location on January 10th, 2015, did you know upon arrival that someone had in fact been shot?
Yes.
And at the point that you had arrived, did you receive the names?
Not initially, I didn't.
Did you have any other descriptions or information about the persons involved in that shooting?
I didn't have any of that information, no.
All right. I want to circle back to something you stated. Earlier, you were indicating that the crime scene tech, typically at the direction of the crime scene investigator, is collecting physically evidence. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
What is the process for a collection of evidence? If you could describe it in terms of what happens afterwards.
You mean once the evidence is collected or during the collection process?
Well, actually both.
So just an example, in this case, if there was a specific piece of evidence, in this case, ballistic evidence, we do overall photos, we take measurements, crime scene measurements for approximate distance from how far this piece of evidence is to the location of the other evidence, and other, in this case, vehicles were involved. We'll put a marker, the yellow markers. It'll be any variation of numbers. In this case, I think we had 67, 68 plus evidence markers. We'll put that evidence marker next to the piece of evidence we're collecting, and then we'll take additional overall photos with the evidence markers in there because it's easier to see the evidence as it's laid out as a whole. So once that's all collected, once the measurements are done, the crime scene tech will normally collect the evidence, put it in an evidence envelope, mark on the evidence envelope, particularly with cartridge cases. Sometimes we can read the back of the cartridge case to see what caliber it is, what make it is. Me specifically, one of us are reading it off, and in this case, I think she was reading it off. I would write down the caliber and the make of the cartridge, cartridge case, if we were able to see that. They'll package the evidence up, each evidence individually. And then from there, once the scene is all done, they go back and they complete their evidence gathering and collection, and they note what they did and their progress from there. And then they just put into our evidence and property control unit.
And is it fair to say that the crime scene tech works under your direction at a crime scene?
They do when I'm out there, yes.
Okay. And what does it exactly mean to work under your direction as a crime scene investigator?
Actually, under my direction is probably a rough one. We work as a team. We're out there getting everything done. So we'll actually talk to each other a lot and then say, hey, this is how we want to start this crime scene. This is the direction we want to, the flow of how we want to process this crime scene. And we'll discuss what pieces of evidence we want to gather. In most cases, if I'm out there, I'll put the evidence markers down where I want them to be. And then we're on the same page. We'll also note that, she'll note what I note, and we work together through it to make sure we don't miss something, because there's two sets of eyes out there. I may not say a piece of evidence and she may find it in this case or any case, and so on and so forth.
Okay. On the day of January 10th, 2015, the crime scene tech steward work under your direction?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier you stated, you talked about the flow of the crime scene. What did you mean when you stated?
Well, you kind of want to be somewhat organized. You just don't want to go out there and throw a bunch of markers down and hope you catch everything. You got one chance to get it, one chance only. So you got to get everything that you could possibly find on a crime scene, because once you release the crime scene, it's going to be hard to say that this piece of evidence came from this area if it isn't collected that night. So you got to be methodical. You got to take your time and try not to overlook anything.
You said release the crime scene. What do you mean by that?
When a crime scene is done, in this case, that we have a street blocked off. So once we feel everything is processed, photographs are collected. In this case, I think there was some vehicles involved that they're properly taken care of. Once we feel we've gathered all the evidence, we open the street back up for pedestrian flow, for traffic flow, for people to go on their lives, I guess.
For the crime scene that you visited at 330 McDaniel Street on January 10th, 2015, about how long did it take to process that crime scene?
I know I worked late that night into the morning. Could have been upwards of 3 to 4 hours, maybe.
And as you begin to process the crime scene, as you have explained so far, how do you pick where to start?
Sometimes it's difficult when there's a lot of physical evidence to pick up. You're either going to start at, in this case, we're between Peter Street and Northside Drive on McDaniel Street. We have a decision to make of not necessarily where it began or where it ended, but this is, we just decided that the bulk of the evidence was in the parking lot or right out in front of the barber shop. So we decided, and there wasn't much beyond that. So we decided to start at Northside and McDaniel and work our way east towards Peter Street, which is where the barber shop was. Not a whole lot happened beyond the barber shop. So we figured one of two things. It either started at this end or it ended on that end.
And when you say the bulk of the evidence was at the barber shop, what do you mean?
Most of the evidence we collected in the vehicles we hauled was almost right in front of the barber shop on McDaniel Street.
What type of evidence did you collect in front of the barber shop?
A lot of ballistic evidence, which is anywhere from a cartridge case, which is a fired bullet that ejects out of the weapon, bullet fragments on the ground. I believe we collected some cell phones, some keys.
Is the cartridge case the same as the shell case?
Yes, that's cartridge case. The shell case is kind of the everybody knows term.
All right. And earlier you indicated that when you arrived to a crime scene, photo of this type, photos are typically taken. Were photos taken in this particular, at this particular crime scene?
Yes.
All I am now showing defense counsel what has been previously marked as state's exhibits 5 Yankee to 23 Yankee, 27 Yankee, 29 Yankee, 31 through 36 Yankee, 38 Yankee to 220 Yankee, and 222 Yankee to 283 Yankee, which has been previously marked and already shared in the discovery process. And Your Honor, for convenience sake, I am sharing a distilled PowerPoint containing these same exhibits therein for defense counsel. The only exclusions to those numbers were those admitted already through prior hearings, just to the record. And just a brief note, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Smith, have you had a chance to review those previously today, previous to court, coming in court to testify today?
Yes, all of them, as I see my name on them.
Yes, and do they accurately depict the crime scene as it was on January 10th, 2015 at the area around or about 330 McDaniel Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia?
Just trying to go through a few of them.
And for the record, the witnesses are going to be exhibited.
Investigator, when you finish looking through them, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks.
That's all right. It is a little, as you can tell.
Mr. Brown, let me see if I got your exhibits correct.
Yes, sir.
Is it 5 Yankee to 23 Yankee?
Yes.
It's 27 Yankee to 29 Yankee?
Yes, 27 Yankee.
To 20 to 29 Yankee?
Well, 28 Yankees already admitted, so
All right.
27, 29.
31 Yankee to 36 Yankee?
Yes, Your Honor.
38 Yankee to 220 Yankee?
Yes.
And then 222 Yankee, did you say 283 Yankee?
Yes, Your Honor, that should be good.
All right.
Have already been provided previously last night in the discovery process. All right. Investigator Smith, have you had a chance to review the photos that were placed in front of you?
Yes.
And do they accurately depict the crime scene at 330 and Daniel Street Southwest as it was on January 10, 2015?
Yes.
And have those photos been altered in any way?
Not that I see.
And Your Honor, now the state now moves to admit state's exhibits 5 Yankee to 23 Yankee, 27 Yankee, 29 Yankee, 31 Yankee through 36 Yankee, 38 Yankee to 220 Yankee, 222 Yankee to 283 Yankee into evidence at this time, and subject to your ruling, request permission to publish.
All right. Any objection to states 5 Yankee to 23 Yankee? All right, hearing none, 5 Yankee to 23 Yankee are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank
All
you.
right. Any objection to states 27 Yankee or 29 Yankee? All right, hearing none, they are admitted and may be published as you see fit. All right, states 31 Yankee to 36 Yankee, any objection? All right, hearing none, they are admitted and may be published as you see fit. States 38 Yankee to 220 Yankee, any objections? All right, hearing none. All right, hearing none, they are admitted and can be published as you see fit. And then how about states 222 Yankee to 283 Yankee? All right, hearing no objection. All right, thank you, Mr. Steele. I'm hearing no objection. The states 220 Yankee to 283 Yankee are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
And prior to publishing anything, I just want to add these to your already large stack of photos, which have been previously admitted. And just for the purpose of the record, I will say, Your Honor, I have just handed the witness 24 Yankee, 25 Yankee, 26 Yankee, 28 Yankee, 30 Yankee, 221 Yankee, which have already been previously admitted.
All right, sir.
Investigator Smith, prior to publishing any photos, I want to ask you a few questions with respect to the photographs. Why do you all take so many photos?
You don't want to miss anything. You don't want to just take one photo and hope it's going to be the perfect photo that you're looking for. It may be blurry. So, and Stuart likes to take a lot of photos, which I think is awesome because I'd let her take all the photos she wants. You just never know. I mean, just personally, when you just don't know what it's going to come out as. So a lot of times you may take duplicate photos of the same piece of evidence and, you know, you're taking it and you look at the photo and it looks okay. But then when you go look at it, it's like, ooh, what are we looking at? So the more photos, the better.
I am now looking at what has been previously marked in as states exhibits 284 Yankee and 285 Yankee. These two were also provided by way of email for their courtesy review. I've now reclaimed for the record the states 284 Yankee and 285 Yankee, and I've approached the witness with the same. And starting with states 284 Yankee, I'll ask you a few questions about that. What is state 284 Yankee?
That is my crime scene diagram in, I guess, Ledger.
Did you create that for this particular case?
Yes.
And why would you have done that?
I do that for all my crime scenes I process. Just so, depends on the situation. Like this one, this is a very, very large, lot of evidence to collect. Some crime scenes, maybe not as much. So I just wanted to be organized so I can recall what I'm looking at, what each piece of evidence is, so I don't have to guess. This is accurate.
And do you see your name or anything on there again?
Yes. Yes.
Where is that?
It's at the bottom, my signature and my name.
And is that diagram in the same or substantially same condition as it was when we authored it on January 13, 2015?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time, statement on the edition of states 284 Yankee into evidence.
Any objection to states 284 Yankee? Our hearing none is admitted.
Turning your attention now to states 285 Yankee, what is in front of you?
This would be a report from the crime scene tech Stewart.
And what is the crime scene record?
Every time a crime scene technician goes out to process a crime scene, or anytime they're called, then they get called for anything in our city, from a burglary to a robbery to a theft, serious injury accidents. Unfortunately, one patrol car runs into another. They come out for that. They document everything, and at the time, this is the reporting system that they use to enter the evidence that was collected in the call that they responded to log the photos, to log the evidence, to log everything that they did. It's a lot like a police report, but it's a report for crime scene technicians to complete.
And was the crime scene record, well, let me ask this question. Are crime scene records kept for every set of photos taken in the direction of a crime scene investigator such as yourself?
They should be, yes.
And are crime scene records kept in the normal course of business for APD for crime scene, what we've described so far?
Yes.
And are crime scene records made at or near the time that crime scene photos are taken, as in this particular case?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the means by which crime scene records are kept at APD?
Well, there's two systems, the old system, which is this one, and then we have a newer system. So they're kept electronically in this case.
Okay. How are they kept in the old system?
Well, they're all electronically. It's just a different program that we're using. We've changed reporting systems on how evidence gets put in. This was an old system compared to the new system.
And does the state's exhibit 285 Yankee accurately describe the photos that were taken by yourself and Investigator Stewart on January 10th, 2015 at the crime scene of 330 McDaniel Street, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, it does.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit state's exhibit 285 Yankee into evidence, and subject to your rule of commission of publishing.
Any objection to states 285 Yankee?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis.
Hearsay, there's a narrative report included in 285 from a non-testifying witness, and I don't believe that should be admitted. I believe it's the third to the last page.
I'm sorry, it's the what?
Third to the last page.
Okay, all right. Can you give me a second? Let me look at it first. Oh, come on up. Things. So why don't we, to include, take a comfort break for some of us. So if you could step to your headquarters at your deliberation room, let's just be in recess for about 10 minutes or thereabouts, and then we'll see where the day leads us at that point. Okay. All right. All rise. No, they don't want this to step back. So. Yes, sir. You certainly may. Councils, why don't we do this? And your clients may do this as well. They can go ahead and take comfort. Mr. Williams, you can go ahead and use your restroom. We'll just reconvene when everybody gets back, okay? All right, so we'll be in recess. You present, sir?
Yes, sir. Vice President Council.
We're good. Thank you, Deputy Ham. All right, councils, since it is almost 4:45 and my rough math would indicate that you were going to attempt to discuss some almost 200 exhibits with our current witness, it might be an appropriate time for us to transition and pick up where we left off on Tuesday. Tuesday, the 28th of May. So can we check and see if
He's available, Your Honor. We have spoken with him prior to day. You just need to know the start time.
okay, what can we I'm gonna just cover that with him just now and then we'll go ahead and excuse him once we bring our jurors in, okay? All right. Investigator Smith, come on. Sir, we're gonna go. You have a seat. We're gonna go ahead and prepare to recess for the day. Are you okay with coming back on the Tuesday, the 28th of May for need to be here by 9:30? Does that work for you?
I can, as long as I'm done that day, because I am on a flight the next day. So I can
What time is your flight the next day?
It's at 5, but I got errands to do in the morning.
Understand. Okay. All right.
But I certainly can do the 28th.
All right. Okay. All right. State, you good with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And when you should something arise and you need to be called back again, when would you be available other than that? Like you said, you're leaving on Wednesday, the 29th.
Correct.
When are you coming back?
I'll be back in town on June 12th, but not officially back to work until June 17th.
Okay. All right. All right. All right, okay. All right, sir. Thank you for letting us know. All right, Sergeant Ingram, can you go ahead and summon our jurors, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is, we have come to a point in the day which is a natural stopping point for us. So we're going to go ahead and recess for today. Investigator Smith, we will see you on Tuesday, the 28th of May, for 9:30 in courtroom 1C. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. Okay, until that time. All right, we'll see you then, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before I excuse you for the remainder of the week, for administrative days as well as for Monday, which is Memorial Day, remembrance. Do you have any ministerial inquiry of me? Anyone? Okay, all right. Let's go through our admonitions and advisements. Leave your notepads in the basket. Please don't discuss anything that we have covered in ones and twos or small groups, or as you go to travel back to your homes, or you sit back in there in the jury deliberation room. Remember, as I mentioned earlier, it will be impermissible for you to discuss this case, recap testimony amongst yourselves, and otherwise compare notes of things that you've taken thus far. I have not instruct you on how to do that as of yet. It is not the proper time and place. I will instruct you later on and give you the methodology of how you're supposed to do that. But right now, it would be a violation for you to do that. So please don't sit back there and go, hey, what do you think about such and such? Or what do you think about what we heard today, or anything such as that? Related to conversations, also remember it would be a violation for you to discuss anything that you've learned in the four walls of this courtroom with your significant others, friends, well-wishers, or other interested parties. And remember, if anyone should inquire of you, reach out to you, contact you by any method, means of communication, your duty is to let Sergeant Ingram and myself know immediately. Remember, don't go to any third-party sites to otherwise recap testimony of this particular trial, or for comments or to otherwise aid in your understanding. Remember, you can only consider what's lawfully presented within the four walls of this courtroom. And remember, please do not listen to news accounts, written or in any print media or any other media sites, as you cannot consider anything but that's been presented in the four walls of this courtroom. Remember not to go by and visit any of the scenes that may have been depicted through any of the testimony or any diagrams that you may have been shown or admitted into evidence at this point in time. So, and lastly, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience that you've given us and will continue to give us. And unless you have any other inquiry of me, we'll go ahead and recess you until Tuesday. That's the Tuesday after Memorial Day. And we'll come at for a 9:30. If you all could be here by 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. And Tuesday will be a fairly lengthy workday. At least we'll go until 5 or thereabouts. Okay. All right. Any questions of me? Okay. Unless you have anything, then we will see you all on Tuesday, and we'll talk then. All right. All rise. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, Mr. Brown, is it likely, given what your witness is told, your witness, that is Investigator Smith, do you believe you'll be able to complete your examination of him?
I certainly will do my best to still to my colleagues across the aisle, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we need to probably finish him on Tuesday, whatever length of time that takes, since he's traveling and he won't be back for another 2 weeks. So that's my directive to you. So be prepared, maybe a long day. Okay? All right. Let's go back to stage 285 Yankee. I have taken a look at and Mr. Sharp, you pointed out to my attention the third last page. It's a multiple page document authored by Investigator Smith. State, I'm inclined to exclude it just for the purposes of this particular report. However, what is in the narrative, he can certainly testify to throughout his testimony and the photographs. I'm sure that you're probably going to show the jury.
Yes,
So most of the stuff in here with a predicate
yes,
can be discussed.
To be sure, would it be admissible excluding that particular page that you just referenced?
That's the only thing that Mr. Shard has objected to as of yet. I still haven't heard from Mr. Steele yet, but Mr. Shard, is that your objection as to the third last page?
It is, Your Honor. That was my original objection. My colleagues.
Okay, I'm going to take yours right now,
Okay.
and I'm going to go to another examiner in just a second. I will direct the state to remove this particular page from this exhibit. Do you have any other basis for objection on this CAD report?
Your Honor, I believe that the other pages are descriptions of work done by, I believe it would be crime scene tech Stewart.
They're photo descriptions, yes.
And I do not believe those would be classified as a police report, would not be admissible as a business record exception. And I've been handling the case Brown v. State 274 Georgia 31.
Let me hear Brown again. 231 what?
274 Georgia 31.
What year?
2001.
That was before our evidence code was revamped, sir.
I understand. I believe that the hearsay rules in regard to business record exception, I don't believe that they changed the new evidence code.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Your Honor, you have heard from, so far from Investigator Smith, who has testified extensively about the work that he did in tandem and directing Investigator Stewart to do side by side, to use his exact words. He testified that the information contained in that crime scene record are references to the photos that were taken that he has testified about. So it coincides. It will, because of that, aid his testimony, help the jury understand it more fully and completely. He was present for all of the evidence that she logged. It's in the ordinary course of business to create such a record for crime scenes. He said they are made in every crime scene of this type, and it always happens. He's familiar with how such processes work and how they function, especially in this particular case. And he stated it was routinely done. And to the cases that specifically speak to why this should be admissible, quick mistakes is a quick reference point for the court. That site being 360 Georgia app 525, most on point, Penn site 528, which speaks about investigators being able to reference other things that aided in helping them to make conclusions and results in their investigation. And he can accurately describe the things that are contained therein that crime scene record. So for those reasons, Your Honor, the state maintains his position that it is admissible and it can come through him, subject to the exclusion exception that the court announced earlier in terms of redacting the narrative portion of the record.
And Your Honor.
Can you give me a second, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to add to that, Your Honor, I want to just make sure that, oh, sorry.
What the heck? He thought he was better than the other lawyer? Mr. Brown, what's going on, sir? The judge said just a second. That applies to both sides, I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Hey.
Okay, Mr. Short, I did in fact read Brown at 274, Georgia 31. It's been distinguished by Thompson versus the state at 332, Georgia Appeals 204, decided March the 30th of 2015. And it says in pertinent part, Thompson contends the trial court committed reversible error in admitting the loss prevention report under business records exception to the hearsay rule, OCGA 24-8-8036, because the trial during this case was conducted in April of 2013. Georgia's new evidence code applies. Business records are admissible as an exception to the hearsay rule if certain criteria are satisfied. Unless the source of information or method or circumstances of preparation indicate a lack of trustworthiness, subject to the provisions of Chapter 7 of this title, a memorandum, report, record, or data compilation in any form of acts, events, conditions, opinions, diagnosis, if it is admissible, if A, made at or not near the time of described acts, events, conditions, opinions, or diagnosis, made by or from information transmitted by a person with personal knowledge and the business duty to report, kept in the regular course of business activity, and was a regular practice of that business activity to make the memorandum, report, record, data compilation as shown by the testimony of the custodian or other qualified witness or by certification that complies with paragraph 11 and 12 or 12 of 24-9-902 or by any other statute permitting certification. So I'm going to overrule your objection on that basis.
Your Honor, may I perfect the record? Because
Yes,
I think there is a distinction.
Say again?
May I perfect the record? Because I believe there is a distinction. If I could just be heard.
Well, tell me what the distinction is.
Okay, in Thompson, from what I'm understanding, that was a loss prevention report. We are talking about police reports here.
Okay, but it's the same report. It's the same report.
Well, can I?
The report, and it still can be a business record, but it has a different issue as to what can be
Wow.
also testified to in the report.
Your Honor, if I just may.
Perfect the record.
These words bring the difference to light. In Brown v. State, on page 36, they cite to the Court of Appeals opinion, the dissent, which they're agreeing with. They say, were we to conclude.
The dissent, not the majority opinion. You talk about the dissent?
Well, the dissent, because the Court of Appeals found the other way, and the Supreme Court of Georgia is finding the way of the dissent in this Brown case. And they say, were we to conclude that the police report narrative in this case were admissible, serious public policy implications would result. As noted in the dissent to the majority of the Court of Appeals in this case, if the majority is correct on this point, a major alteration in the administration of our system of criminal prosecutions may result. Because almost all prosecutions are based on incidents in which there are witness statements are taken, and those, along with the police officer statements, are made part of some police agency's reporting system, it is reasonable to expect that in the future, it might be the rare case in which the witnesses actually come to court and testify. So what they're saying in Brown is if we just let in police reports under the business record exception, we don't even need live witnesses anymore for trials. Why would you? You can just put in the reports as business record exceptions, as an exception to the hearsay rule, and we would do away with all the necessities of a criminal trial, including live witnesses. And that's all I'm saying with crime scene tech Stewart is, sure, the state can bring in these, photos and the documentation, but crime scene tech Stewart should be providing the live testimony for that, not some police report that was created in the Brown case. And I just think
it's another or witness. It can be the crime scene tech and or the detective that did, in this particular circumstance, who authorized all the photos to be taken at his direction.
Right, but we're just admitting a document.
He's going to testify to it, I assume. Is that correct? Yeah, so he's going to give live testimony about those particular entries into that report.
So then I would say we don't need a document.
And you would say it's probably cumulative, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm still going to overrule your objection, okay? All right, Mr. Harvey. Yes, sir.
I just want to follow up on that, Judge. If you look at 8036, I know you've made your ruling, but let's look at the rules. 8036, after it enumerates the conditions under which a business record might be admitted, says as follows: public records and reports shall be admissible under paragraph 8 and shall not be admissible under this paragraph. I'm going to wait till you catch up and get to 8036.
All right,
Thank you. I got it. All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Harvey.
You with me?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet, sir. Not yet. Hold on. All right, sir. I see 8036.
Okay.
And which section you invite my attention to?
At the end of 8036, it says public records and reports
Yes, sir.
shall be admissible under paragraph 8 and shall not be admissible under this paragraph. Paragraph 8, capital Bravo, says,
You just learned that, didn't you?
says,
so proud of
I'm
yourself,
smiling,
huh?
I'm
So proud
patting
of
myself
yourself?
on the
Okay,
back.
all right.
Okay.
Okay.
Says matters observed pursuant to duty imposed by law, as to which matters there was a duty to report, excluding, however, against the accused in criminal proceedings, matters observed by police officers and other law enforcement personnel in connection with an investigation. It's specifically excluded 836 and 8038 capital Bravo.
Thank you, sir. Hold on.
Bruce Harvey has been a legend in criminal law in the state of Georgia. Google his name and look at the cases that he has successfully won or been a part of. Judge, the cameras are watching your decision, sir.
The court would invite counsel to take a look at Kamasuko again. We covered that last week. 362 Georgia appeals 276, 262 Georgia appeal 276. And this is another CAD report. And for that reason, our coverage of that case, I will exclude the narrative section of this particular CAD report and otherwise admit states 285 Yankee over objection. All right. Anything else? Mr. Steele, did you rise as well? Did you want to be heard on this issue?
I wanted to just ask for the weigh in on 24-8-8038. So you've done that already?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harvey?
Yes, sir.
That is 8B. Also, Your Honor, we're going to discuss whether this goes back to the jury at a later time. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. I'm going to give you all this back. Say you can redact that consistent with the court's instructions.
So Harvey did change the direction somewhat. The narrative is going to be excluded.
Is there anything else I need to cover with you all before we meet again on Tuesday, the 28th? Need to be here for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. Mr. Steele? Yes, sir.
The thing is, what I emailed this morning, Your Honor, the state has Mr. Williams' like criminal history and driving history. I just want to alert the court that that's an exhibit, and I have objected to it on our email. I wanted to.
Which one are you talking? I'm sorry.
I emailed this morning, and the exhibit number.
Can you tell me what time you emailed that, sir?
Okay. Your Honor, at 6:26 this morning, I addressed it to this honor. I said, "Good day to all." Then I skipped 2 lines. I said, "Your Honor."
Okay, I'll include that as the next court's exhibit in order, since we're discussing it. It references that there are arrest records, booking photos, driver's license, police runs from Mr. Williams, and same impermissibly places bad character and evidence, and he objects to this under 401, 402, 403, and 404A. And he asked to inquire about this when it's right. Is this witness going to refer to anything such as that?
No.
Okay, so it's not right quite yet. When is it going to be, when do you anticipate it becoming right for consideration through the witness that it's going to be testified to?
Judge, I'd have to know which specific exhibit, if Mr. Steele has that with handy. I believe that we have provided him exhibits with numbers on them. So if he could just let us know which exhibit. Okay, just, or even the number of the slide on the PowerPoint that we've provided to him so that we could know exactly what, because generally speaking, we don't intend to get into, we wouldn't introduce anyone's criminal history. That's wrong. So anything else that he's objecting to, we'd need to know with more specificity what he's objecting to, since we have at least provided him a way to identify it for the record.
Okay. Mr. Steele, can you? Okay, yeah, all right, okay. Sure.
And if I'm incorrect, I'm sure the state will correct me. When we're talking about identification of exhibits and things of that nature, we are working off information that was shared by Ms. Hilton, I believe now it would be 2 weeks ago on a Friday, either one Friday ago or 2 Fridays ago. But to my knowledge, none of those exhibits, the state has previously identified things in a PowerPoint, and we acknowledge that. But I don't believe that any of the stuff that was shared by Ms. Hilton has made its way into a PowerPoint with specific exhibit numbers. So that's where the disconnect is, because I know what Mr. Steele is talking about, but it hasn't been put in a PowerPoint form.
Oh, then that means it's not coming up. It's not coming up in the next week. We've presented each week a PowerPoint of exhibits with our exhibits labeled. So that not only is it not right, I can't say without more specificity as to which exhibit or what he's talking about, who we're intending to introduce that piece of evidence through. I don't believe that his email this morning specifically. Okay, I see. Okay, I'm looking at now the one labeled, oh, okay. Hertz rental car and associated documents, that would have helped. So, Your Honor, we do intend to introduce records of Defendant Williams for multiple purposes. They are not coming up on Tuesday. They are likely not coming up on Wednesday. And so we will at least be able to provide to defense and to the court a labeled set of exhibits as we encounter them or as we approach the witness that will be introducing those things. But for various legal reasons, we will be introducing documents pertaining to Defendant Williams. We won't be introducing any criminal histories or anything like that. And I believe that we can probably speak more cohesively on any objections to these as we provide them to the defense in a labeled exhibit form.
Okay.
So that we can address it for the record and not just sort of with the descriptions given in the email sent this morning at 6 o'clock.
Can we do this the day prior or
Yes.
At the conclusion of the day? If you just let
Absolutely.
me know so we can take a little bit of time to discuss that. If it's coming the next day, I can
Absolutely.
this jury a little earlier. If you just let me know that, okay?
Absolutely.
All right. So, Mr. Steele, I'll just we'll just stay this issue for the time being until the state raises that, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, anybody else? Okay, then unless y'all have anything else, I'll see you all on Tuesday, the 28th for 9:30. And we'll go ahead and continue with our witness, all right? Okay, we're in recess.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. What a very interesting argument. Max Short almost had all that evidence into the trial. Luckily for the legend Bruce Harvey, he was able to find a statute that would convince the judge to at least remove the narrative from the police report. Now, I don't know what's in the narrative. Will I ever know until after the trial? But the fact of the matter is, it shows you the level of respect the judge has for Bruce Harvey, and as well as the level of respect he has for Max Short. It's no coincidence, in my opinion, that Max Short's objections have been heavily scrutinized by this judge. And as such, the rulings that have almost, I would say 85% of the time, maybe 90% of the time went to the prosecution. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the conclusion of the YSL trial until next week, which is going to be May 28th. And we'll see you back then on another episode as the trial continues, the YSL trial. Anyone have any questions before we leave here? I will take a few questions. If not, we'll be back for our next live. Don't all you type at the same time now. With that said, see you when I see you. We're out.